Hello, hello, we are live. God, I'm such a noob at this streaming business, but I'll get better. I promise. I have to get better, otherwise there's no point in doing anything if you are not intending uh, of uh, of getting better, right? I'm just googling something real quick. Um, hold on. I just want to Google some one or two references for forelimb. Dinosaurs forelimb. Mm, yeah. Forelimb, forlimbus decesitus. Won't be long now. Just a sec. Nothing. Hmm. Let me try and find. Hmm. All right. I won't be spending any more time with trying to find those references, I'll just begin. Let me just open up my reference folder real quick. There it is. Okay, I'm gonna open this. This is a 4-limb skeleton photo that I found online. It belongs to Dinocairus. Jesus, I'm never going to get good with pronouncing the names of these animals. Some of these animals, like paleontologists that gave them their names. A little bit sadistic, I should say. Like break your tongue in attempting to pronounce the name of this animal. Another photo. This is another photo of Dinocairus, 4-limb skeleton. Okay. Okay, so I opened up the foot model that we completed over the last couple of streams. I just wanted to show you guys sort of a comparison between this, what we have here, what we came up with during last couple sessions, and the base model. Well, actually, we really use the base model without any detail. But this is the leg that belongs to Therizinosaurus that I built, I think 3 years ago, not sure. So I just wanted you to see, the difference between these two models. And to me, I see a progress in my own work, in my sculpting abilities, or understanding of stuff related to reconstructing creatures, in this case dinosaurs. So I don't know, the foot that we completed a little while ago, the foot on the right, just looks better to me. It looks more natural. It looks closer to the real thing. I mean, it's a guesswork. It's it's nothing like it's not it's I'm sorry, I'm fighting to get a right word for what I'm trying to say, but basically this looks artificial and this looks more of a natural looking thing. And you can see just by looking at the details at the old foot, the markings and the structure and the surface of the claws, the scales, the transition, from these larger scales to those smaller scales. When you look at this, and I mean, this could benefit from more work as well. This model here, definitely. I mean, in an A-grade production environment, this would still need, work. Not that I've been a part of, some like high-end, big budget Hollywood, movies or big budget productions. But simply looking at the end results, when you see these creatures and CGI work, that when you go to cinema and you see what they've came up, then when you see some stills and some work like behind the scenes footage and some documentaries on how these creatures and how these departments created these CGI beasts and dragons and dinosaurs. It's basically this could benefit from more work. And but this one here, it's like to me it's like, I don't know, I see quite a bit of progress from this foot to this foot. So it's really interesting for me to see that. To look in the hindsight and to see how I negotiated some of these aspects of model making and how I do it right now. So it's a good thing to some, I mean, not some, I don't know, even you're trying to, you're always trying to showcase your best your best achievements, your best models, and which is logical, but sometimes it's I mean, especially personally, for yourself, to have a folder, to have your old work, and to visit your old work, like open up that folder and browse through your old work to just to be able to see where you're at, compared to where you were, like 1 year ago, 2 years ago, 5 years ago. And you should be able to see some sort of progress, and it's good if you can see it. And as I said before, again, this is not perfect. I see spots here, I see areas that could benefit from more work, that there's just room for improvement in this model as well. So if I'd spent like 2 or 3 more days or sessions, like 5 or 6 hours at a time on this model, it would be even better. It would look even like not necessarily more detailed, but when you come close up and you start examining those details, you'd see much more polished and coherent scale topology, scale flow, transitions, and flaking, damages, stuff like that. But as we all know, we are living in a fast-paced world, and production needs to happen at a faster rate, and we cannot afford. Our clients cannot afford to wait indefinitely for something to be done. We cannot spend indefinite time building something, because things have to move. Things need to uh, be done. And with that in mind, I should stop philosophizing and start working. And we are going to do just that. Just let me just delete these models from ZBrush so that the poor bastard doesn't struggle. Okay, one more. Good. Okay, so today's agenda, we should start sculpting the detail on the forelimb for our Dinocairus model, Dinocairus dinosaur. Da-da-da-da-da. Excuse me. So I've loaded some reference photos and illustrations in my additional screen. And I'm going to take a look at it every once in a while to make sure that I'm doing the right thing. Okay. Oh, okay. So the model was already subdivided beforehand. So I'll pick up my clay brush. I'll need to take a look at the bone photos once again. So our animal should have feathers, and that's why I won't be spending um, okay. I was just reading. Friend sent me a link where there's a description for the chat. Okay, so live chat is apparently something that can be chat. All right. So I activated live chat on the right hand side. I don't know if you guys can see it. It says here. Hold on. It says on this page where the live chat is described that The live chat module will appear to the right of the video player only when your event is active. Live chat module only exists on the YouTube watch pages. It does not follow embedded players. So I need to figure out. Oh. It says on this page where live chat is described that the live chat module will appear to the right of the video player only when your event is active. Live chat module only exists on the YouTube web. I need to figure out. It says on this page where live chat is described that the live chat module will appear to the right of the video player only when your event is active. Live chat module only exists on the YouTube watch pages. It does not follow embedded players. So I need to figure out. I don't know. I just don't know. I simply do not know where the live chat box is supposed to be shown for the viewers. I see it on my Hangout window. It's on the right hand side. And on the description page, it says it only exists on the YouTube page and is active while the stream is active. So if you guys can, and if you have, if you're willing, you can try and find this the link, the page where you can see my stream and where you can see this chat box. That would be great. That would be perfect. Just I'm going to take a minute and try and see it myself as well. Okay, guys. So I'm trying to enable the live chat, and supposedly there should be a link on YouTube or wherever else you guys can see this stream. There should be a chat box like somewhere next to the stream, and you should be able to. I wrote a couple messages. I'm writing again. Hello, hi. Can anyone see this? Please help. So I'm writing in this chat box, and it'll be great if you guys can. I would be really appreciative. I would appreciate it if you could, if you guys can somehow find this chat box, and if you see these messages that I wrote just now, if you can, just type something into this chat box so I know it's active and users can, leave messages. You can write anything, it doesn't have to be like whatever. And if you discover this, okay, so copy. Oh man, this is so complicated. Yeah, I simply don't see it. I simply don't know. Hmm. I went to the live stream on the YouTube, and there is there isn't any. Huh. Yeah. So hmm. Yeah, just so these are all. Hmm. I've set up an account on Twitch, but I still haven't had a chance to give it a try. But I see now that I'll have to do it because it would be great if I could interact with you guys. Because at a moment, yeah. Hmm. This is never mind that. I'm going to try and we're gonna run this stream like it is, and tomorrow hopefully I'll try and set up Twitch and see how it works with Twitch. And I don't know. I'd like to find a way to be able to communicate with you guys while I'm working, because I think it would be better for the stream, and it would be better for me as well, because sometimes I'm a person that doesn't have a problem talking, indefinitely. Even I'm a chatterbox guy. Sometimes I like to be, quiet, and to myself, and I like, my uh, like peace and solitude and whatnot. But I'm a fairly social guy, and I like to talk and discuss and hypothesize, theorize. Oh God, I'm saying all these words probably the wrong way. Um, but sometimes I run out of ideas, and out of subjects to talk about. So it would be great to be able to communicate with you guys, and I'm pretty pretty certain that uh, this type of interaction would spawn some new and fun topics for me to talk about, and for you guys to have your say on the given subject topic. And I think it would bring another level of dynamic to the streams. So at the moment we're sort of handicapped with this hangout thing, but yeah, we'll do it. So yeah, we're now sculpting Dinocairus forelimbs. So Dinocairus was a large animal, large theropod. It was close to Tyrannosaurus Rex, regarding the scale and estimating their weight. So it was a fearsome animal. Fierce animal, I should say. Probably. And T-Rex probably had uh, a difficult time to, if he hunted prey on Dinocairus. Cairus. So Dinocaries had these massive forelimbs with pretty big claws. And there are theories as to what were the possible ways that Dinocarius used its forelimbs. But it would certainly be a good um, defense mechanism with these large claws. Um, they were probably useful, during the feeding and stuff like that. There's a theory that it probably used its claws and powerful forelimbs to strip off branches, leaves from the foliage, to feed. Okay, so the Nokiairus should probably, I mean, the reconstruction that I'm working on will probably have feathers going from the shoulder bone. I forgot the name of this bone, and probably transition onto radius and ulna, and probably fade out to towards the digit, uh, the outermost digit, and I'm not sure. I still haven't decided on that. Whether it will have like um, larger feathers, uh, on its radiolna bone. Sort of like like birds do have. Even ostriches and cassowary and these larger flightless birds have some sort of large feathers on their forelimbs, on their wings. Okay. I'll quickly mask off the rest of the arm and try and display this digit to get to enable easier application of details, the scales, and everything later on. And when I come to the phase of rigging the model, it's going to be a little bit easier, to rig these digits. So that's why it's a relatively good idea to have these digits, a little bit spread apart, like so. I guess this is okay. Should be okay. Should work. Should work well. Let me return the high subdivision level. We'll have to subdivide the model a little bit more, so that we can, start applying details to our model. Mm-hmm. So this is good. Oops. Trim dynamic. Let's trim some meat. Fresh meat back on menu, boys. I always wondered what it would be, dinosaur meat, what it would be like, to eat it. What would be the taste? What would it taste like? Mm, would it be like chicken? Like turkey or those types of meats? There's a pretty cool CGI illustration. I'm not sure. I can't remember the name of the artist that did it, but I'm pretty sure you guys seen it online somewhere. There's like there's like a meat piece of like a forelimb or something like that, packaged in a cellophane, or I'm not sure if that's the way you say the transparent plastic, and in a styrofoam like small dish, like basically when you go to the store and to buy chicken meat, and the guy made a velociraptor like forelimb or something like that, and yeah, I thought that was a pretty cool concept altogether. So what what would be the taste of a velociraptor, or Tyrannosaurus Rex, or some other type of dinosaur? I mean, I was thinking about also most of the meats, like meat types that we're consuming, that are coming from live animals, is is a meat that comes from like herbivore type of animals. Like, you do not eat the meat of like predatorial animals that much. I read somewhere that like bear meat is like riddled with some type of parasites or something like that, and you have to cook it. There are certain rules that you have to, like apply and follow if you do not want to, end up with a food poisoning or even worse. So maybe Tyrannosaurus Rex meat would potentially be dangerous and harmful, for consuming. So these are the things that go through my mind sometimes. Gosh, I wish. I wonder how Tyrannosaurus Rex tastes like. And one other thing that I like to think about and fantasize is if you had a chance to go back in time and like walk around, Cretaceous period, um, like, and if you had some sort of gear, like minimalistic gear, like for survival. Not sure weapons, maybe not weapons, but everything that will make it easy for you to survive in the wild, like sometimes like knives, machete, and something to light up a fire, maybe some water purifying pills or stuff like that, and maybe some like medicine like antibiotics for fighting infections and bacteria and stuff like that. I wonder how how long would you be able to survive that type of environment? Given that the atmosphere wouldn't be too much of a shock for our own system. It would be really interesting to see something like that. It would make a hell of a cool like reality based TV. Where they send out a couple of guys, girls, people, 10 contestants, to into like Cretaceous period, and you guys have like, I don't know, 20 days or whatever to survive that time. I'm betting it would be like it would become like a record in viewership or whatever. Everybody would want to see you know people running and fighting for their dear life, and running from large theropods and maybe smaller carnivorous dinosaurs. Regardless, it would be pretty darn interesting to see. And that's a pretty cool idea, actually, for a movie. I mean, I've seen Hunger Games. I think I've seen two sequels, and it's not bad. It's okay. Um, but I think something like I talked about just now would make for an even more maybe more interesting subject for a movie. Then again, it depends who directs it and what sort of a budget it has and stuff like that. But that would be a cool dinosaur theme movie. You know, contestants being sent to prehistoric times, and these guys are trying to survive harsh environment and fauna. Okay, I just saw another message from my friend where there's an explanation how to get chat during the Hangouts. Hmm. Hmm. All right. Okay, so I just saw some of the video where it offers a tip how to enable chat window during the live stream. But I try to follow it, and as it turns out, uh, uh, it looks like I'm not able to change the settings while I'm live. So I'll have to do it once this finishes. I'll have to try it and test it to see whether I can get the chat to work. So thanks, Matan, for bringing that up. Appreciate that. Okay. So I sort of forgot I was talking about something. I forgot what that was. I'm sure it was very important. So I'm pretty happy the way these streams are working for now. As I expressed myself earlier, I would like to have an ability to, interact with whoever is watching it live. That would be great. I would like that very much. And also, I'm kind of, I'm happy to live stream because I'm sort of, I'm putting myself in a position to use my language, to use my to talk, just to talk and discuss stuff, and use my brain, use my um, tongue, and refresh my English and improve it. And so this is another thing that is good, that is coming good from these streams. Because being shut down from the outside world for prolonged periods doesn't reflect too good. Doesn't reflect well on one's ability to socialize and interact with other people. And as I mentioned before, I like to talk. I like to discuss stuff and ideas and concepts, and I like to wonder at the world, at technology, at what we have achieved so far, and you can't do those things if you're on your own. If you shut yourself from the world, from people. So this is where technology comes into play. This is something good. People, oftentimes I hear people saying things like technologies, technologies dividing people. It's alienating people. People are getting they're closing themselves up. The technology is antisocial or something like that. But I'm not sure if I'm on that wagon. Because if there wasn't for technology, if I was like, if I'm doing these sculptures like, I don't know, 20 or 25, 30 years ago, and if I'm doing these sculpts in, classic materials like, clay, plastics, metal, and whatnot. Um, I would be doing that probably alone somewhere in some sort of warehouse or a garage or something, and I wouldn't have I wouldn't have a way to talk to people, because especially for me in Croatia, there aren't too many people that share my enthusiasm about dinosaurs and creatures and all the things that I get excited about. So maybe if I was born and grew up in some other parts of the world, maybe it would be different. But right here, where where I'm living, that's not the case. You know. So yeah. Excuse me. I'm sorry. So the technology in my case is sort of okay. I don't know. I don't want to use the word liberating, but maybe it is if you think about it. You do not have to, leave the comfort of your home, and you can connect and interact with people all over the world. So, and you couldn't do that like 20 or 15, 20, 25, 30 years ago. It was just not possible. So yeah, I like technology. I just enjoy the latest technical achievements and wizardry from that side of a coin or something. I'm a living organism of a metal and a skeleton. Polymimetic alloy. Gah, my back. Speaking of, 2 more days, guys. Or 3 more days, not sure. Really, really looking forward to that one. That's as I mentioned before. I shouldn't, get it too much. I shouldn't excite too much about Terminator to avoid, potentially ruining the experience for myself. Making having high expectations. Building up anticipation, stuff like that. All right. So we sort of polished this floor lamp a little bit. So yeah, a good friend of mine is planning a road trip this summer, and I'm a little bit jealous. Now, the my friend he lives at a moment he lives and works in he's located in United States. He's in St. Louis, and the road trip that he's planning um, is the plan is to go to he plans to go and visit Redwood National Parks in California, and move towards head towards south. I think. I mean, yeah, probably south, and go and see Grand Canyon and stuff. And yeah, I'm a little bit jelly. I'm a little bit jealous. I want to share and participate in that road trip myself because for the longest time now I'm dreaming of going and to see the Red Forest National Parks. To spend like a week or 10 days rummaging around red forests and taking gazillions of photos and just taking in that magnificent nature there. For a long time now, I've been fascinated with Sequoia sempervirens, the trees, and those trees are magnificent. I mean, if you stop and think for a while, I mean, these guys grow to be as large as 100 meters, or sometimes even larger. And, I'm not sure what the largest sequoia tree is at the time, but uh, I think it's around 90 meters or something like that, 96 meters. Not sure. And these trees, they're like they can be like a couple thousand years old, and they have like I think circumference. Not sure. They're huge. They're colossal, and I guess whenever that moment happens for me, when I end up in a position where I'll be able to finance that trip, um, that'll be freaking crazy experience for me, like a spiritual, I don't know, rejuvenation or whatever. I'll just go around from tree to tree and hug it and cry, and I don't know. I'm like that when I see something that I love and like, and uh, worship, appreciate. So in the there are a lot of interesting things that can be said about sequoia trees and those parks and the redwood. Um, so I'm not living there, and some might have say it's not of your concern and stuff like that, but it sort of is because a lot of people from these areas, from Croatia, have been, going to United States, like 100, 150 years ago, or whenever exactly was the great deforestation that was happening to the redwood, all over the coast of California, and So some of the ancestors from these areas, people were um, participating in that uh, in that deforestation, and that was a very bad thing. Uh, and when you start and read about it, and when you start and realize the numbers, like sequoia forests are like there's only like I think 5 or 6 or something like that percent of those forests that are that's left, that was saved from being laid down. So 93 or 4 or 95% of those forests are cut down and destroyed, and these trees take hundreds of years, sometimes even thousands of years to grow to become these giants, magnificent giants, and so kind of breaks my heart to when you realize you won't be here to see those great forests if they're ever like recovered, at least like to 20 or 30 or like 50% of what it was before. That would be insane. And yeah, i I would love to see uh, sequoia forests. So if anybody of you guys that are listening this, that maybe tomorrow you guys win some lottery and end up having gazillions of dollars, please remember me, please, and try and find a little bit of time in your um, busy schedules when you become millionaires, and maybe send a present to me in a form of airplane ticket, and I don't know, place to be in, like a couple of days in redwood forests. So that'd be great. I'm a beggar, what can I say? I'm sorry. um yes, it was that trip. My buddy, my friend, I hate him for that. No, I don't. I'm just joking, but I do hate him. Oh god, that's gonna be a magnificent road trip. Damn. Okay, not too much time. I just realized that I'm like spinning and doing nothing, spinning the model and doing nothing. So we need to try. We need to try and avoid that. I started talking about sequoias and that road trip and that my friend is having. So planning, and I sort of lost my mind there for a second. Let me just open up my blinds for a sec because it's getting pretty hot in here. All right, better. Much better. Okay. It'll be pretty awesome if I manage to finish 4 limbs today. That'll be great. So that I can start working on a head and the neck area tomorrow. So to repeat myself from the other day, the idea is to finish Dinocairus and Terizinosaurus during the next couple of days. Like, I gave myself 10 to 15 days to finish both dinosaurs. Finish them in terms of sculpting the details, and hopefully managing to get the color done as well during that time. And hopefully I'll be able to do it during those 15 days, 10 to 15 days again. And once I do that, I'm going to stop doing live streams for a week or two, or maybe again 15 days, depending how much time will I need to rig these models to get them inside of 3ds Max and prepare the shaders in the mental array, and stuff like that. And I'll need some time to, once I rig the models, I need to pose them, I need to render out, I need to render them out, and then import all of these renders inside of Photoshop, and create a composite with all these layers, of with dinosaurs, with background elements, and whatever is going into creating a final illustration. And hopefully it won't take long to get it done. The optimistic, like prediction. Jesus, prediction would be like 15 days. That would be great. To get all those details done, and finish these illustrations, and then I'll return with live streams, and I'll create Dinosuchus, I think Dinosuchus, extinct crocodilian, and I'll create maybe Edmontosaurus or Ankylosaurus, maybe even together, with Deinosuchus. I need to see, because Deinosuchus, that badass is it will it will require a full model, so I won't be doing partial modeling like I'm doing right now, because Deinocheirus and Therizinosaurus are covered in fuzz and feathers, so I don't have to sculpt details where the feather will be located. And Deinosuchus is all scales, so I'll have to model the entire animal and the entire animal. Sorry. Um, but I'm really pumped for creating Deinosuchus. So hopefully my enthusiasm will compensate for some of it, for the fact that I have to model the entire animal. So hopefully it won't take too long to create that one. I'm sorry, I need to take a sip of water. Cover your ears, children. The water, the life-giving element. I don't know about you guys, but all I drink is water during the cooler periods. Fall, winter. I tend to drink a lot of tea and some water, and during the warmer periods, I tend to drink a lot of water. And it was a long time now that I've stopped drinking sodas such as Coca-Cola, Pepsi, and stuff like that. Uh, Bubbly drinks, except for the mineral water. I like that. Also, there's like some sort of bubbly water with magnesium. I like to drink that as well. Because magnesium is supposedly is good for your muscles and for organism in general, and so I drink magnesium to kind of help my muscles, my main muscle, like my heart, after a longer stints of running. Today I ran 10, almost 11 kilometers. I ran at what was the rate? 5 minutes, 20 something seconds per kilometer. Um, I started picking up my rate a couple of weeks ago. I was running relatively slow, somewhat because I was running with my dog, and she doesn't appreciate, faster running. So I had to sort of, take it easy with her. But now I take her for a short spin, like 2.5 kilometers, and then I leave her, and then I return, back to home and leave her there, and I do the rest of the running on my own at my preferred speed pace. So yeah, you have to keep your body somewhat, trained, or you have to give your body some sweat opportunity to sweat because I was discussing this before. Sitting for prolonged periods doesn't do any good for your body, for your muscles, for you. Oh yeah, mosquitoes. I hate those. Bloodsuckers. Oops. I don't know why I keep saying ups, 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 ups. What the hell is wrong with that? Hmm. Just looking at the forelimb skeleton of Dinosaurus. What? Hmm. Okay. Okay. Um, okay, some final checking before I slowly start adding more detail to the forelimb. Oops. Again. God. What the hell is the matter with you? Stop doing it. I will break off your arm. I lost the touch. I must get reacquainted with Arnold Schwarzenegger. Hello, how are you? Yeah, how are you? This is great. I love ZBrush. So much fun. Great. I enjoy looking at the ZBrush session. Don't you guys? Look, you can come here to these brushes. Let's say I pick up inflate brush. It's a pure magic. Look at this. I love this. This is beautiful. I could even benefit from this myself. Yeah, that would be great. Yeah, I love it. Yeah, do it more. More. Come on, do it. Oh my God, this is beautiful. Look at these shapes. Look at it. Oh my God, this is Olympia. 78 all over again. Come on, do it. Yeah. Yeah, this is great. All right. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, this is good. I like it. Yeah, you should leave it like this. This is so powerful and beautiful looking. All right. Arnold Schwarzenegger ZBrush takeover ended up took a real bad turn real fast. Dinosaurs on steroids. Roids. Bro, do you no what's the expression from those prank videos like bro, do you even lift? Bro, do you even lift? Yo, bro. I do lift, don't you see that, you idiot? Okay, let's undo this mess. What are you doing? It was beautiful. Okay. Let's pretend this never happened and let's continue where we left off. Shall we? All right. Let me see. What are we looking at in terms of subdivision and polygon number? We're looking at 1,000,000 polygons. That's not going to cut it. We need to divide this model a little bit more. 4,000,000. I think another subdivision will be required. There it is. Excuse me. Some of the water didn't went the you know where it's supposed to go. Jeez. Okay. So I can see there's some. It's even worse. Okay, this is better. A lot better. Okay, when this stream finishes, I'll experiment. I'm not sure if I'm going to do it tonight, but I'll prepare myself for the next stream, and I'll try and get that freaking chat box or whatever, to enable some sort of interaction with you guys, because as I said before, it's going to be better. It's going to definitely, bring some more to these streams. Because I'm thinking like this. I'm modeling this dinosaur, and I'm trying to cover all, the complete process. Every scale that I lay down, I want this to be streamed. I want this to be recorded, and I want this to be, available later on YouTube for, future viewing. Whoever wants to, sit down through all of this. And if if all I'm doing is sculpting, regardless of, even if I'm like a better sculptor, if even, if even if my dinosaurs end up looking like, freaking realistic or whatever, looking great, uh, it it ends up pretty boring, and hard to concentrate, and hard to watch all these processes, if all you have is relatively low quality or mid quality video with like 15 or 20 frames per second recorded action. So I'm trying to make it a little bit more interesting and engaging, and to basically be easier for whoever is going to watch this at any time in the future. For this person not to feel the urge to skip, like you have like 5 hours of boring sculpting, scale by scale by scale by scale by da, da, da. And I mean, I realize that it's definitely super boring to watch just someone punching in scales. So to be to try and make these streams a little bit more engaging and a little bit more fun, maybe. And while you are spending your time looking at me, laying all these scales down, why not make it that much more interesting in terms, maybe discussing some topics, some maybe you can learn something else beside sculpting skills on a dinosaur, or using some aspects of ZBrush. Why not make it even a little bit more interesting, beyond that, like making a little bit of jokes, talking about stuff, engaging your whoever's watching, engaging you to think about some other things. And also talking about the process, talking about techniques, my observations, what I've learned up to this point, in terms of like using references, being careful not to make these mistakes, that mistakes, try to be diligent about some things during the sculpting process. All these things that can make these streams more interesting. So, bottom line is, I think when I hope it's a matter of when, not if. Um, as soon as I realize a way and find a way to have some sort of a chat box or something where you guys could, where I can, leave a message and you guys can see it while you're watching stream, not having to go somewhere else, to communicate. And that'll be great, because I'll try to, and I'll use every opportunity to whoever is watching live. I'm, gonna try and pull you in, make you interact, and share some links, share some of your knowledge, your ideas, your opinions, or whatever on any given subject. So I think that'll be great, definitely, and I'm looking forward to that as well. Okay, so I was just spinning the model and definitely not doing anything much. Let's change that. Little asshole. I just killed a mosquito. So sue me. You ain't gonna drink from me, you flying bloodsucker. Ooh. Little bit of music. Bum 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 bum. Oh, guys, sorry. I get a little crazy like that. I'm so sorry. Uh, if you believe they put a man on the moon, thank you very much. Damn it! God, I just miss the interaction, guys. Oh God, I really am. I really do miss the interaction. I'm going to see to that to have it. And I was talking about technology a little bit earlier, and imagine if we are living in an age where Star Trek technology is like old news, and we have replicators and all that stuff, teleporters. So imagine me sculpting this dinosaur, and imagine we're like communicating, laughing, joking, being ridiculous, and uh, just sharing jokes, and I'm working on this, and it's like fun and everything, and then like, okay guys, okay, this is so great, this round is on me, and this round is on me, and we're like, everyone has like, it's an all, it's a like every household has like a replicator, and it's connected to the internet, and basically I can like send you beer, and I just punch in my, I don't know, whatever, credit card, or uh, I guess we'll be far from that phase where you'll have to punch in anything regarding finance. You'll just have some account, some money, some credits on it, and you'll be able to it'll uh, instantly, the devices, and the scanners and whatever are going to instantly recognize your biological readout or whatever, and you'll be it'll take the money off of your account, and we're like, it's fun, and everybody's laughing, and like, okay, so this round is on me, guys, and I'm like, and you guys like, okay, there's a beer right next to you, like it appears in your replicator, and we're like, cheers guys, and there are a couple guys, and we're all, everybody's on their own part of the planet, and so yeah, looking at it from that perspective, technology is pretty cool. I mean, nothing. I guess nothing can beat good old fashioned get like hang out, like get together in real life. But if that's like not possible for number and multitude of reasons to hook up with your acquaintances, acquainted. It's really hard for me to pronounce this one. People from around the internet, and people you like and appreciate, even though you never had a chance to talk to them in real life. But you just sense something about a person, even with these sort of superficial ways through the Facebook and Facebook posts and everything. You can sense, or you can get a taste of how somebody is, what type of person this person is. um, so it'll be like easier if you have like a couple of friends, or people over internet, and it's like expensive to buy airplane tickets and to go on a trip to meet all these people, and the second best thing would be to have a drink with them via replicators and modern technology that you know and coupled with if you like take replicators and then take virtual reality headsets, and if it evolves even further, like holographic technology and stuff like that, uh, literally you'll have like some sort of a projector or some sort of thing that projects holograms onto your living room, or wherever you're at. And imagine buying a model that is able to replicate, like project like 5 or 10 projections of individual people or whatever, and that would be great. Like you're having a Skype session with your friends, and you've got your friends literally sitting next to you. Maybe it won't be perfect, maybe it won't be close to reality, but uh, it would definitely be interesting regardless. It just adds another depth um, to what we have right now, like screens and so yeah, imagine if also the teleportation was possible. That would be that would be crazy as well. Like from what I've read and from what I understood, scientists are able to teleport like molecules or something like that, really small stuff. I mean, I've read some bits and some like small articles online that they were able to teleport uh, like complex things, like a piece of fruit and stuff like that. But somehow I'm not sure if that's. I guess that might have been something that I read on some sort of yellow pages media or whatever. Because had it been true, I guess it would be talked about a lot more than being mentioned on a couple of obscure internet places. So, but from also a couple of documentaries that I watched on the subject, the major thing that like uh, doesn't let us teleport stuff is the computer power. Basically, we do not have the technology, the computers, the processing power to that'll be able to uh, like your body or whatever organism that is supposed to be teleported is hit with a blast ray, like some sort of ray that this disintegrates you like instantaneously, like micro milli nanosecond or whatever. And there isn't a computer that is powerful enough to be able to put all those pieces together uh, that fast. And then also there is this other question that pops in with wouldn't it, like if you were like disintegrated into molecules and atoms or whatever, the tiniest components, and then being put back together, wouldn't you be a copy of yourself? So wouldn't the teleportation cause be a cause for us to like malfunction earlier, like sooner, maybe, get all types of cancers and stuff like that, because, I mean, virtually we are being like, you are a copy of yourself from, a couple of weeks or a couple of months or a year or two, before, because, the cells are regenerating, the skin is regenerating, basically, every part of our body is being regenerated over a certain period of time. So, and this is also, from what I read or understood, some of that is also a cause for, some of these cancers and stuff like that. Because cells are being regenerated and sometimes they just, take a wrong turn or something like that. There's a good documentary on cancer. I still haven't had a. I just haven't seen it yet. I forgot the name the of the documentary. I should have to Google it. My friend saw it and recommended it. I'll have to see it. One other thing that I'm looking forward um, to happen over the certain period in front of us is a breakthrough in cameras and photography technology. Um, there are a couple of things that I'd like to see happen. Hopefully, I'll be around to see that happen. One of these things is the size of the images, like all these manufacturers are slowly like upgrading their flagship cameras and stuff like that. And every year or two they throw out like, I don't know, Nikon and Canon, and they throw out like, okay, so this camera has like, I don't know, um, 20 megapixels. This camera has 40 megapixels and stuff like that. And I'm looking forward to an age where there won't be pixels. Like, you'll be able to magnify your photo, like, not indefinitely. That would be, I have a hard time imagining that happening. But going, like, far from what it's being right now. I mean, you have like your, I don't know, 20 or whatever megapixels camera, and you take your photo and display it on your, I don't know, high definition monitor, and you know, if you press actual pixels, it shows you your photo, and it's not so big. And then you have like, if you zoom like one or two times, the pixels start to appear, and yeah. So I'm looking forward to witness something like, that's revolutional. Okay, let's not say anything that's hard to pronounce for me. I'm looking forward to an age where the image sensors and pixels are going to be a thing of a past. I'm looking forward to an age where ISO speeds are going to be a thing of the past. Like, cameras react to when there's like a low light environment, they struggle to take in all the data, and you end up with noisy images. I'm looking forward to an age where the ISO will be a thing of a past, and you'll be able to take a photo, and it's basically going to be what you see in terms of light values and stuff like that. You know, which would it would be cool if some way it could eliminate the need for bracketing and HDR compositing, because I don't know, I have an LG G3 smartphone, and its camera has this setting where I'm not sure. Let me check real quick. Hold on. LG G3 camera. Yeah, basically the setting is called HDR on. You can have it on or off or auto, I think. And basically, what it does, it takes I think it takes two images real fast, like one after another, and then it blends them to compensate the overexposed and underexposed areas of the image. So it will be cool when these things will be like a normal thing in professional DSLR cameras. And also, one other thing that I was thinking is lenses, because lenses are also something that is limiting your uh, end result photo. So the more the expensive the lens is, the better the image quality is. But still, even those, like the most expensive lenses tend to have issues when you're facing low light conditions and stuff like that. When you like use your telephoto lens, you're limited to like a narrow field of f-stops because the image starts to vignette and blur on the sides and stuff like that. Uh, at the moment, there's like a lot of issues that are plaguing the photography, and so I'm looking to some sort of breakthrough in technology in this segment, like photography and cameras and stuff like that. So that would be cool to see some drastic changes in the way these devices operate. And hopefully, when they reach some of these new like discoveries, and when they start to produce it for the general public, hopefully it won't be like mind-blowingly expensive as well, because there's no use. I mean, uh, there's no use if you can afford it. If only a handful of people can afford something, it's not. Uh, it sucks. Like imagine if we were living in an age where like smartphones like the LG G3, or iPhones, or Samsungs, or whatever high-end smartphones are available right now. If these devices are designed and made to be used only by a handful of people that are like super rich, and like ultra expensive technology, and a phone costs like, I don't know, $50,000 or something like that, some crazy numbers like that. That would suck, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it suck? I mean, I'm aware that there are cameras right now out there that are like ultra expensive, and the lenses and everything that are like giving you the ability to take photos on I'm not sure, Hasselblad, or there are, I think, a couple of manufacturers that are producing these large crop format cameras that are taking you know insanely detailed and clear and crisp photos. Um, I'm not sure if I like these scales, actually. Maybe too much. Too much scales. Thinking about removing them, probably will do so. I don't like your scale, and now you have to leave. Leave now. Oh shit. Sorry. Excuse me. Let me just try and save before I do something stupid or something that I'll regret later on. Hey, stop it. Which makes me realize that I haven't saved in a while, so yeah. I'm giving advice that I'm not like adhering to myself. Not sure if that's the way you say it. All right, so the file is being saved right now. Alrighty, let's try and see something different. Why so serious? Okay. Hmm. It's like by the time I cleaned up that mess that I made, I forgot what I wanted to do in the first place. Jesus. Jeez. What did I want? Hmm. Okay. Discuss. Yeah, I kind of like this better than the previous attempt, where excuse me, where I took I'm trying to find a comparison. I took an Iron Man approach, like heavily armed, scaly upper arm. Yeah, I guess this is better, probably, maybe. Okay, so um, this is actually the area that the feathers are going to start appearing, like about like here, along the side of the arm, like Hold on. Let me try and do something real quick here. Just try and, illustrate the feather location, the fuzz, the feather, for myself as well. Nope. Oh, just a sec. Okay, so this is the area that is going to be covered with feather. Fiber mesh preview. Just a sec, where did it go? Like so. Modifiers. Yeah, something like this maybe, with larger feathers maybe on the lateral side of the arm, like, all the way from maybe even starting from this outermost digit, and then going upwards uh, over the ulna, and I think this is the shoulder bone. I'm not sure what the Latin name is for this bone. Hold on, let me just Google that real quickly. It's bugging me. I wanna I wanna know what the name is. Shoulder bone, monkey bone, humerus. Ah, stupid. Humerus, yeah. No, is it? No, nope. No. Oh, yes, humerus. Or yeah, it's humerus. Humerus. So funny. Much dinosaur. Big scale. Okay. Okay, let me take the inflate brush and do a little bit of tweaking here as well for plunging with. When you use inflate brush, you should be careful of, not letting your mesh fold in on itself, because you can see when I'm scrolling the model, what's happening here is actually I'm going to use select lasso. You can see it here. So the mesh sort of crumbled on itself, and this is a bad thing. It's a big no-no in when you're when you're exporting normal maps and displacement maps and stuff like that. It's going to give you a headaches later on in any other third-party 3D application. Um, it's gonna it's gonna produce bad results. So you have to use smooth brush or whatever other method to eliminate these. It's something that shouldn't must not happen. And it's you can expect it if you're especially if you're using inflate brush. Which brings me again to the point where I need to find a way to interact with you guys, because there are some of you out there probably that are watching these streams, maybe live, maybe later on the YouTube, where some of the process of making a model comes to me naturally and automatically, because I'm doing it for longer time now, and I don't think about some of the stuff that I do. And to some of you that are beginning, it might appear complicated and hard to figure out on your own. Even if it's shown, even if I do it in front of you, you'll have a hard time understanding what I just did, because simply you never use this feature. You are just beginning, and it's a handful of things that you have to connect, that you have to learn, and sometimes it can become overwhelming to it can become overwhelming to understand all these tiny little details that go into creating a model using ZBrush, using this and that feature, whatever. So, which brings me back to my constant ranting that I want to have you guys interacting with me and stuff like that, because sometimes maybe some of you that are like less experienced in ZBrush are I'm going to do something, and you'll be able to ask me, okay, buddy, stop. What did you just do right there? And ask a question, and then I'll be able to explain it a little bit better, and I think that'll be great. So definitely, we have to find a way to interact, because okay, I'm going to stop right there, and I'm going to continue working on this. My, what a great class you have. Okay. 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 Let's do it. Hmm. Finger, finger, little finger. My dog again. Our dog. Our family chupacabra. Jeez. It would be so cool, since this is, the dinosaur we're talking about. Uh, it would be so cool if, some way, somehow, like, I'm working on this detail, like, these scales on its forelimb, and if we could somehow have a preview, like, if we could have an image appear in front of us, and showing us like a photo, showing us, the real deal, what the real animal looked like. I would love to see. I would love to see how far off am I with, my reconstruction. That would be so 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 cool to be able to see that. So we're working on these scales, and then all of a sudden you have an image in front of you, and it says like this is a real Dinocaurus arm, hand, and you know, and that would be mind blowing. Like, oh god, I was close, or oh shoot, so far. I think, if this could be like possible, and if this photo showed up in front of me, and it turned out that I was spot on, with the detailing and everything, the scales, this and that. I think the feeling I'd have from, this realization, like, I think it would be, equal to, finding out that you just won a lottery, and you have, of you're wealthier by, I don't know, 10 or 20 or $30 million, or 30 million, whatever currency. Um, it would be an epic and amazing feeling, I think. Yes, I knew it. Bullshit, you didn't know it. It would be great, great. Scalp scares I must. Scalp scares I must. Trying to reactivate my yoga voice. I sense much fear in you, young Skywalker. Fear leads to anger. Anger leads to hate. Hate leads to suffering. Oh, God. Come on, come on. All this aggravation and satisfaction in me. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Random visitors dropping in to see how far we've came with our model. Ooh. I didn't say it. I refrained. I'm faster than my brain. Ooh, take that brain. I haven't finished it. Finish the sentence. Oops, I wanted to say oops, and I managed to react, and I stopped myself. People randomly dropping in. They're like, what the hell? He was doing like a zbrush model, like a sombrero. What the hell are you doing like that? What the hell zbrush do? All right. So some progress is going on here. Not bad. Mhm. Excuse me. I'm sorry, guys. All right, so let me take on my own advice from the yesterday's stream. Uh, Let me try and create creases before we start to apply smaller scales, and let's see how that turns out. saving the file. We don't want to lose all this work. Doesn't look like much of a work, but it's still there, so I kind of wouldn't want to go through all of this, again. That would be a bummer. Okay, let me load my brush. Uh, Hold on. Okay. So, for any of you potential future viewers that somehow you skipped the stream or the section where I was setting up this brush, I think it was stream number 3, where I was setting up and tweaking and dabbling around this brush to get it to work as it works right now. So just a note, quick note on if you are scratching your head and wondering how this track brush, what this brush is and how it operates to begin with. So it's a track brush, and there is a section that shows, you know. Okay. I just realized I haven't finished making creases. So adding some more creases. Before we start adding scales, smaller scales. Oh yeah, so I wanted to comment on one other thing that I realized that I'm doing while I'm doing these live streams. Uh, I was analyzing a little bit my last stream. I think it was stream number 4, and what I realized also, among multiple other things that I have issues with, I realized that I sound like I'm about to going to. I sound like I'm about to die from exhaustion, or or just fall asleep and never wake up. So I'm trying to. I'm constantly like analyzing and looking at my previous streams, and trying to figure out the way. I mean, simply trying to notice any irregularities and mistakes that I'm making during the stream, in a way that I talk, in a way, whatever I do, and that doesn't look in place. I'm trying to. I'm taking mental notes on that and trying to fix it on my future streams. So I'm also going to try and not sound like I'm super tired and just about to fall asleep or something like that, because that's when I was listening to myself, you know kind of annoying to me now. Maybe I'm too critical of myself, but that's just like just the way it is. So I'm gonna try and I'm gonna try and sound a little bit more enthusiastic when I'm talking, and not like I'm about to die, as I said. Hopefully, I'm not going to take it overboard, like too enthusiastic. Too enthusiastic. All right, so we lay down some creasing. across the surface of the forearm. A little bit more, and I'm going to start applying smaller scales. Adding some potential damaged skin around the edge of digit where the claw begins. Some more damage. Okay, I think that's okay. Let me select the track brush. Wait, that's not that. Track rack, yeah, that's the one. And let's begin. Excuse me. Let's begin adding these small scales. Uh, let's begin here. Don't like it. Can touch this. Don't like this. Come on. What? Okay. All right. I'm so lazy sometimes. What the heck? All right. Okay. Let's reduce the let's reduce the draw size, and let me just try and tweak it a little bit more. Oops. Ah, there, there. I said it again. Okay, so hopefully this is going to be all right. No, not. Hmm. Not sure if I like it or hate it. So we're going to start and apply these scales along these creases, and hopefully we'll get better creased skin. That works well with these little scales. Unlike yesterday, where I simply forgot the way it should have been done, and I made scales prior to making little creases, and it turned out to be a little bit. Uh, it's just hard to create creases, additionally later after you've applied the scales, because when you're applying creases over those small scales, they tend to deform, and it doesn't look well. So it's a good idea to maybe do all the skin creasing and folding and stuff prior to going deeper into detailing skin with these smaller scales, and excuse me. So you've got to constantly decrease and increase the pressure on your pen while you're working with the track brush, simply uh, to have a more size variation in scales, to make it look you know more random, more natural. So basically, when I end up with a larger scale, it means I pressed my pen, a little bit harder, and then when they decrease in size, it means I gave up pressuring my pen, and I reduced pressure on my pen. Come on. This is bullshit. Negative. Affirmative. There are some overlapping scales happening. I talked about that yesterday. I think this is something that needs to be, avoided if possible. Whenever possible, you should try and, not do it. Because it doesn't look too good. Especially if you're, if you uh, if you go sloppy and really don't look after it, you can end up having a lot of overlapping scales, and there is going to come a point where you'll have your model rendered for something, for a project, for whatever, and your overlapping scales will come under a microscope, and you'll become aware of what you've done, and by that time it's going to be too late. So it's a good thing to maybe look after that as much as you can, because it happens to me here and there, but I'm constantly trying to avoid making these mistakes, and if I see them somewhere, I tend to uh, polish these areas, and make it look better. But sometimes your model can end up so with like so much details. There's so much like surface covered with scales that if you were sloppy, and if you weren't correcting your mistakes immediately, sometimes it becomes a handful of work to remove these mistakes. So it's probably the best idea to learn how to control your track brush, and try and avoid making these mistakes completely, or reducing them to a minimum level. Because it does take a little bit more time to create certain, to cover certain area with scales. But if you're a little bit more diligent with it, you'll actually save up on time later on when, when it comes to fixing your mistake. You'll learn that it's better to be slow, slower at the beginning and lay down those scales a little bit slower rate than to, rush it and have all these mistakes, have all these overlapping scales all over the model. Um, but regardless, so with what I'm telling you right now, sometimes you just have to go through it yourself, to, become completely aware of, all the flaws of a certain approach. You just have to go through it yourself to learn it, to, start appreciate some, other maybe methods and ways of doing certain things. So later on, we can modify those claws to, make them look longer if necessary, or, make them shorter, inflate them a little bit to make them, a little bit more robust. And so some of these details can be addressed, when you're basically finished with the model. You can still, make some changes to the model if the need for those changes is there. Again, following those creases a little bit. Didn't want to do that. Hmm. Let me hide the rest of the hand. It's gonna be a little bit faster. And what did I do here? If you hide the portion of the mesh, your ZBrush will work a little bit harder, faster. I'm sorry. Hmm. Inhale, exhale. Really important the way you breathe when you sit for prolonged periods. Uh, it's really important how you breathe. You have to try and breathe deep, and make sure you breathe enough and have enough oxygen, and try not to work in uh, closed windows, closed doors. Pretty soon your room or whatever um, doesn't have any more air, not fresh one at least. Okay, we're up for about 4 hours now, and I think I'm going to wrap up this session. I'm pretty happy with what we've got now and how far we've managed to get with this model. Um, I think tomorrow when we continue, it should be done relatively fast. The forelimb, and as soon as we're done with this, I'll start with the head and the neck. It should be an interesting area, maybe a little bit challenging even, but I expect to, uh, I actually don't know what to expect. Just hope it's gonna turn out good. Uh, okay, guys. Thanks for uh, being here with me during the stream. Looking forward to start another one, and take care and good night.